Hello!
Hi.
Welcome, everybody.
And yes, your name is fixed.
Yes, looks good. Welcome.
Oh,
Welcome.
again.
Oh, she's got capital letters now.
Oh.
Welcome. Grace, it's good to have you. I feel like it's been a hot minute since you've been able
It's
to...
been so long. I miss you.
Yeah, it'll be good to have your vibes back in the stream.
Sissel is out of his cage and he's doing just fine.
Yeah, so hopefully he'll be screaming less, but for all we know, he likes to just...
Sometimes he just screams, just for the zest of it all.
Yeah, so, you might still hear him crying and sobbing as if he's neglected. As if he doesn't have a spot to come sit directly next to us. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so where we left off is, we had just one more segment left, as far as I know. Maybe it's a 2-part trial, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But we are going into the final trial day. Hang on, I didn't fix the microphone. Give me 1 sec. You guys watch these streams for the impeccable audiovisual quality and mistake-free streaming.
Mm-hmm.
And the professionalism of always starting exactly on time and not shoveling rice into my mouth at 6:59 p.m.
I'm sorry if you can hear me eating M&Ms.
You've never done this before on stream. Anyway, like I was saying, we are going into the final day trial of Turnabout Serenade. It's been a ride. It's been, so far, it's been exciting. We've learned a lot here. I just rewatched the stream and I still don't remember what we learned last week. Something about the cocoons from Borginia being, if you smuggle them out of the country, they fucking kill you dead. That was the main thing.
Yeah,
I
you
think.
get executed if you do.
They shoot you for that.
Yeah, even though they're
Borginia.
extremely valuable for medical uses because they
They cure
incuritis.
That's right. Yes.
I fucking hate this
That's
series.
literally some Normalium and Fatalium level shit right there.
Fucking unobtainium.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you know it's good. So yeah, that's I think the main takeaway from last week. Without further ado, I should find my window where I had the video game open. That might help me. To cure Fatalium, you have to take your normal pills. Well, you very much should not mix Normalium and Fatalium.
Yeah, it causes poison.
Bad things happen when you do that. There we go. That's the one. Let me turn off Guilty Love before I forget. And let's go to court, everybody. Probably gonna have to turn the volume way up. Trial Former. Okay, there's gonna be a recess at some point then. I still think we're probably gonna finish the case and then probably start a little bit of the next one. We'll see how we feel. We'll see how long this trial actually goes for. I'd like to start, I think 6 sessions the next one.
Okay, everyone, if you don't know the answer of this, get your theories in now of what happened and who killed who.
Yeah, they haven't been pointing us in any one specific direction or anything.
Yeah, definitely not Shark Boy.
Well, this is it.
Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday.
Whore.
Oh yeah, he just fucking came in and kept us from our client.
Mm-hmm.
That was a whole thing. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry. No go, Piano. Come on, Piano Boy, we're leaving. No, you're right, and you should say it.
Yeah, we're gonna figure
Darien. just like La Mulan did.
Darien, wait!
I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Okay.
Darn it. We were so close. He was about to tell us.
Hey, Apollo.
He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Again, I don't think he can just do that.
Yeah.
He's not even on this case anymore. They took him off the case because he's a suspect.
Yeah.
And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. He's a loser. Apollo's a... Oh,
What?
What?
Eek!
What the fuck is going on?
Heard but unseen.
Who's that talking?
Hello? Oh,
Okay.
this... We have both been this guy. Do you want me to keep
You
being
take
him?
him. I
Okay.
can't do his voice without hurting myself.
Okay. Fallen Grammary. Using the door like an average muggle, no less.
Fuck you, Apollo.
Don't,
Die.
Apollo.
You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valent?
Oh fuck, what was I doing for him?
You're kind of
It was
silly.
fancy boy, yeah, silly fancy boy. A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs.
I fucking hate this man. I say
I love him.
I hate and also love him. I love him in the way where I say that I hate him.
Yeah.
No, frog
That's just-
musician.
Oh no, not frog musician. This always happens to him. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
But you're here.
Oh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed! I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
A grand grammar glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth.
So you're not gonna help us?
Glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Truce, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. He isn't not giving Sholmes energy, although
Sholmes
it's a
has
different
his energy.
It's a different flavor, to be sure.
And there he goes.
The thing about Valent is that he's a very, very distinct from Sholmes, I think, because he has a wordplay thing.
Yeah.
He's constantly using alliteration. That is an extremely distinct sort of from silly boy Sholmes.
I think I'm also, the voice I'm giving him is very similar to, if I were to voice Sholmes, would probably be a very similar voice. Sholmes a bit less dramatic, probably, but in a general sense, I feel like I'm probably injecting Sholmes a bit into the vibe.
Yeah, except you aren't making him British.
I'm making him British.
You're not making Valent British.
Yes, I am!
He's not
He's
that
like-
British.
He's faux British, but he's British.
Yeah, he's
That's-
so British. He's not actual British.
I'm doing a British accent.
Fair enough.
I'm just doing like a weird British accent.
A fake British accent.
Yeah, exactly. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. You do need to play Greatest Attorney Sage.
It's fun.
Listen.
Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician.
A musician?
I could not read that sentence for some reason.
You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember.
Well, there was the...
Usually involves cutting people in half or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. I don't know what she fucking said.
Something about cutting up people or elephants or the Eiffel Tower. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert.
Lemuro's disappearing act.
And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar.
I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all evil, all that has happened. Don't you know?
Got it
Illusions
in
are
one.
the root of all.
I did that on purpose, I will say. That was a purposeful joke,
Alright,
as
fair.
opposed to you can't. How are you just standing there and eating pizza?
Oh god, now that we have Grace here, she knows French, so we have somebody who knows that we're saying Lamuroy incorrectly.
Tracy, would you say there's a rhizome?
Well, it's about time. Shall we go?
No.
Ah, excuse me, sir.
Yes?
The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. Trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience.
What the fuck?
Well, we did
Was it
hear,
because
like,
someone was shot? Huh? Did something happen? This is a first.
It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business.
Did the judge get shot? What the fuck is going on?
he went to the McDonald's drive-thru and he's being held up. at
Somebody
the
shot off a
drive-thru.
party popper in the other room. Somebody's birthday. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas.
Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again.
Who was shot? The hospital? Oh, yeah, this was a whole thing.
Oh, I bet the Chief Justice's son has incuritis.
Son of a bitch. This is your line.
Fuck.
I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son was unwell. Apparently, his condition worsened considerably this morning.
Who was shot?
Me.
Is this some farewell my turnabout shit, or is something else going
The
on?
Chief
Justice's
Justice's
son.
son.
Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go to visit him after the trial.
There's an article about it in the newspaper.
You called it.
I
Incuritis
fucking knew it.
syndrome, first case in country.
Oh god, it's
The
COVID.
Chief Justice's son, he has radical sex.
No,
No!
If you care to read about it yourself.
No, not Radical 6.
It's
Better, at
it's-
least it's better than Fnatic
It's Fnatic,
IOR.
it's Fnatic Bio R. Sorry to anyone who hasn't played Zero Escape. That half our jokes fucking come from that.
I'm sorry, we all have played Zero Escape, so if you haven't, I'm sorry.
Incuritis. Where have I heard that before?
Disease
You
strikes
dumb bitch.
closer than...
I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. I can't read. Just leave the TV guide page to me.
Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Oh, but is now the time?
Oh my god!
It's now the fucking time. Okay, alrighty. Oh, we're just cutting to the start of the trial. Who was shot?
Maybe that was just like the door, Valent just smacking open the door.
Maybe.
Court is now in session for the trial of... How do you say this name again?
Machi Tobaye, our suspect fortissimo. I'll
Right.
find his accent. I'll get there again.
It's his trial in any case.
The defense is prepared, Your Honor.
Machi Tobey.
The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor?
No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Shit.
Incuritis, was it? The article said there is no known cure.
No shit. Herr Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Okay.
I'm just looking up and seeing something about Calvin and Hobbes.
No known cure for incuritis. What the fuck?
We left off at quite the juncture yesterday.
We sure fucking did. Ask Interpol about that number. That number. I'm not saying all that shit again. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche.
Thanks for looking into that for us, detective. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out.
Hold it. Wait. That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it.
It was him. That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche. When I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darien.
No way! Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darien would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter.
That seems like extremely a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
That could not be more of a conflict of interest.
Please tell the court your findings.
Darien Crescent is a member of my band, the Gavinas. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges.
Sus.
And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Herr Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi.
An alibi? What's that?
Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gavinas ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamira, and Machi, along with the drummer and bassist, for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lamira and the defendant, Machi Tobaye, had left the stage at that point, and the Gavinas were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Skye, mind you.
And Apollo, you heard them too, right? Sorry, I'm drinking some tea out of my hat.
You got more hat tea? I sure did.
Hey Apollo, do you want some of my hat tea?
No, I don't. Furthermore, Lamira herself witnessed the moment of the crime.
You sure? It's passion flavor.
Passion, you say? I would say. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. Heard? What the fuck was that? That wasn't a German accent. I don't know what that was.
Yeah. It was a accident.
But she claims to have heard
Say
Mr.
accident,
Latouche
but
and
accident
detective-
also works.
That was a German accident. Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking. It's you, boss.
But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was.
Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darien Crescent
Sorry.
stopped skipping my dialogue.
His alibi has been accepted.
I'm sorry.
Which means that Lamira was sadly mistaken.
Fuck you.
Her testimony cannot be true.
Go fuck yourself.
She just in the gallery.
I'm going to kick your ass.
When we get out of here.
When I get out of here, I'm going to kill you. Very well, of course, if we disregard her testimony.
She's saying all that in Borginian so that they don't
Yeah.
drag her out of there.
I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections.
Oh, guys, that was a
Mr.
pretty short trial.
Juicy.
Apollo, if he declares a verdict now.
But Professor Gavin's case is airtight.
Ack.
Ack! Lamira might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center?
I'm saying words.
About the case? What about the case?
He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death.
I'm saying more words.
This meeting's over. This case loves to show a flashback.
Darien?
Half this case is flashing back to yesterday. At any given moment. Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath.
Very well. The court finds the defendant, what was his name again?
Objection.
Masha Tubie?
It's not that hard to say, Your Honor. Your Honor.
Fuck you. No, it wasn't like, it was more like Marquise or Mr. Juicy.
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. Again, this is a problem.
Yeah.
This is like a problem that he has not been provided with a translator. That's like an issue. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobae to the stand.
What? But he doesn't speak English.
We
and
have
we
multiple-
refused to give him a translator.
We have multiple people in this fucking courtroom who speak English and Borginian. We literally... more than one person. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere.
Do we not have any fucking interpreters?
I only speak a few phrases such as, I love you, and where is the toilet? The defense would like to request Lamirar as the interpreter.
Lamiror? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
Courts of law don't provide accommodations. That'd be ridiculous. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
That's actually... This is most unusual.
Bravo, Herr Forehead. Herr Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamirar lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that.
Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some fucking progress.
Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamiror to the stage.
I like that. Can you be, like, subpoenaed as an interpreter? Like, I love how they didn't even ask Lamirar if she'd be, like, down for
Yeah,
that.
I don't know if he could be subpoenaed as an interpreter. That's actually a great question.
Like, I'm sure that she is going to be willing to do this, but, like, if she weren't, I don't think they could, like, subpoena her for this. I don't think they just get to be like, bailiff, bring him in. The defendant certainly, because, you know, with relevance to a case, you can be subpoenaed. Although, typically, if you're the defendant, they can't force you to testify because of Fifth Amendment rights.
Mm-hmm.
But, sure. Two of them.
Two of them.
Suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name, to begin with. If you would, Lamirar.
Yes. He says, Machi Tobae, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. I know the defendant's name, definitely. I didn't know that.
So far, so good.
Very well, Mr. Juicy, if you would.
Huh? If I would what, Your Honor?
But you called the defendant to the stand, did you not?
He forgot. He forgot that he's not the one cross-examining. He's just questioning the witness. It's actually Clavir's job to cross-examine right now. I'm sure that they're going to make.
Testify about.
I'm sure they're going to make us do it, but theoretically, Clavir should be the one cross-examining here because it's our witness. What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet.
Polly, aren't you going to ask him about what he was about to tell us yesterday?
How can I if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me a moment, if I might speak.
Yes, Lamirar.
Just now, Machi said there is something he wishes to testify.
Machi wants to testify about something. What could it be?
Oh, who knows?
Maybe,
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
maybe it pertains to the fucking murder?
One moment, please.
Ah, the suspense is killing me.
What?
What? What?
Well, Lamiror?
According to Machi,
My testimony. I want apple juice, please.
I would like 1 appy juice. Appy juice applied directly to forehead. He says he has proof of his innocence.
What?
Is this a surprise?
Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it!
This is sounding too good to believe. I know what that usually means.
Well, if it's true, then this is vital testimony. Lamiror! Machi! Please testify to the court.
Very well.
Sweet. Proof of my innocence. I am like 5 years old? What the fuck? I do not know what a gun is. Yeah, how about the fact that we've said time and time again that it would have fucking dislocated his shoulder
Yeah, he's like 14.
to fire the gun. He's baby, and he's like not. He's a scrawny child. He is not built to.
You would be able to see the physical repercussions of
Yes.
firing that gun on him.
He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
That's a fair point.
I see.
Thanks.
You wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamira to know the meaning of that song. Lamira! Did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked.
Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that far yet? Lamira might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyways, who gives a shit? Let us proceed with the cross-examination. Juicy, go do the cross-examination.
Your
even though
Honor-
it's your own fucking witness.
Your Honor, this is my witness. This is
I
not-
don't give a shit. Cross-examine him.
Cross-examination is the prosecution's
I
job
don't
in this
give a
case.
shit. You are the only one who can cross-examine Mr. Juicy. Get out of my fucking court if you think otherwise. This is my rule.
Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony. I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday. It'll work today.
Well, if his bracelet just stopped working.
Words.
Yeah. Killing truly followed the lyrics of the song as he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand.
I love how you're reading that also in an accent.
Yeah, well. I mean, so. Because last week I know we were having, we were potentially disputing that he doesn't know any English because we said it a couple times and Apollo's bracelet went off, where, like, we were like, well, he doesn't understand what we're saying. But then it would kind of seem like he did.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm wondering if the lie is going to be on this statement.
Yeah.
And if it's Lamior who's lying, I'm guessing.
Yeah. That's also the question, too, is whose tell are we watching for? I'm operating under the assumption that when the bracelet is lighting up, that means that's like my next step, that I shouldn't be pressing just yet.
Or you can press, and I'll give you maybe a better idea over what
that's true.
apply.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? No, he plays the fucking piano. Who cares?
He plays the fucking piano. Who cares? He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say.
Yeah.
This is enough to play by. Told him it was a song about a guitar and love.
It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking.
Oh, perhaps I misunderstood.
No, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Death of the author and all that. Okay.
No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Borginian. It's much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Yay! I know he was innocent!
I believe he is too, Trucy. I do.
What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something?
Yeah, but I'm being brave about it. Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. You need to know the lyrics to play an instrument because every piano performance famously has lyrics. Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta. You have to play the song lyrics.
Yeah. I'm going to search for the lie here. Is it her or the kiddo that's my other fucking thing. Okay, she doesn't have hands to look at.
Oh.
Wandering eyes.
Shifty eyes.
Shifty eyes. Yes, that's what it was. Okay. We'll get back to that. He would say he's being brave about it. Yes, exactly. Oh my god. I wish there was a way to move through this a little quicker once you found it, because I feel like I always catch the tell, like, right at the end. I'm always, like, just a second too late. Because then I have to verify. The problem is, I get to the tell, and I'm like, is that the tell, or is it just normal? And so I have to wait for the tell to be over to be like, okay, that was something. And then I have to watch it all over again. But at the very least, I have a pretty good hit rate for finding, like, where the lie is, so...
Mm-hmm.
Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced toward her the very moment Lamirois said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you?
What are you saying? Of course he can't.
Must he continue this charade? Well, maybe he can understand, but he can't speak.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Juicy, Machi says this. I know the word English.
Huh?
Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. Learned the name for the language, that is all.
What? Give me a break.
Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance?
Well, yeah, but...
I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language.
Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics?
Have you ever been such a suspicious-minded lad?
Have you always been?
Oh, have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper.
The newspaper?
Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know?
That's a lie.
They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland.
That's a lie. Because it doesn't mention the lyrics. Clavier said so.
Aha! Hee hee hee.
I was right.
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes there quite fierce all of a sudden.
Machi is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. Yeah!
Woo!
I have here a Borginian newspaper. The Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. So true, there is only one Borginian newspaper.
Yeah, there's only the one.
In fairness, I think she did name drop this specific one as being the one you can buy in the States, so I guess the idea is that this is the one he would have had access to. But... yeah. I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper. Well, okay, in any of them... yeah, it's a little... there's only one. It's a small country, I think. But even so, I feel like...
What does this mean?
what the fuck do you think it means?
But I don't see how it's possible.
Okay, Grace, that's a really good point, too. It's not hard to find foreign newspapers, because it's fucking 2026 in this game.
So
you can just
true.
go online. Yeah, he's not really limited in his ability to... I'm 14 and it is 2026. Yeah.
I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning, yes.
No, it's possible the subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less.
The witness will explain it to himself.
Machi says... he says...
Yes.
It is true I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember?
He says he heard the lyrics from me.
What?
Is this true, Let Me Roar?
Yes, I'm afraid I'd forgotten it myself.
It looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again.
It seems so.
I no
yes.
longer think she's covering for the witness for unknown reasons, specifically actually because it's inconvenient to Herr Justice. I believe whatever causes problems for him. No. No! I was onto something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away.
This is an issue today.
Time
is an issue today. Sorry. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination? Ugh, you're so bad at this. This is your own witness.
What are you going to do, Apollo?
If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I'd better have an angle of attack. Or else... my bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must. Very well, witness.
I understand.
I'm forced to assume there's a new lie in this one somewhere.
Probably.
But it's probably her that's lying this time.
Yeah.
Uh,
And her tell is her throat, I believe.
yeah, she swallows when she's nervous, but I'm not... I will be curious to see if her tell will stay. Or if it'll be something else. Oh, there she goes. You fool.
Gotcha.
Because I do know that sometimes when the lie changes, a tell will be different, because often the tell is relevant to the lie. But I guess in this case, it's pretty standard stuff. La miroir. I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain?
Me? Uncertain?
Is she lying about what he said?
Ooh.
Or either she's lying
She might be lying
about
that she...
corroborating what he said. One of those things is true. I think it's spicy.
It's been like, oh, I just remembered. I did tell him all that stuff.
Yes, you swallowed the very moment you explained to you told the court. It was I who explained.
How does that work with swallowing while talking?
Great question. Yeah, you don't have to have like special eyes to notice that somebody's swallowing a lot.
Like
the middle of a
that's
sentence.
how people talk
you
usually.
you can hear it typically, or you would hear like the pauses.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this is you.
Fuck.
I see. There is little point in trying to hide anything from you.
La miroir, are you indeed protecting someone?
No, that is not the question with a simple answer.
It's a fucking yes or no question.
To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
What are you talking about? Then allow me to answer for you. La miroir, you're protecting Phoenix Wright. I mean,
You're protecting Clavier Gavin.
this feels almost too obvious. But, like, what else would it be?
Yeah.
It's gonna be Romain Letouce for the bullet still traveling towards him. Lemuel, you are protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have La Miroir lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me, too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to.
I don't know what to fucking do for that.
Yeah.
Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes, a little only.
What?
First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, La Miroir?
No, I did not. It is quite a surprise.
What the fuck?
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
This is last.
Machi, could you tell us what really happened?
No shooting. I did no shooting.
So, you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simply...
Well, Lemire just fucked off from the stand.
She's like, alright, my work here is done.
I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, tea on floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right?
Then there is voice. Voice? Or voices? Was it you and Emma, Paulo?
So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Letouce had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
Panel high up, I take off, run away, run away.
So it was you who escaped through that air vent. As the prosecution has held all along, no less. In other words, I fucking told you so. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
No. Fuck off.
No! He's clearly denied that he did it.
No shooting. Manager on floor, already on floor.
The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter.
Fuck off.
I see Clavier is still in his bitch era.
Love that for him. Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
No, and also confessions aren't evidence, and also that extremely was not a confession. So fucking true.
He's clammed up, Apollo.
Yeah, everyone's yelling, and he barely understands.
Then let's ask Mr. Juicy. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. No, of course there is.
What is this cocoon? Anyway, hi, Tracy from the past. The cocoon, the silk is a potent cure. A cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me.
That cocoon has to have something to do with this.
Yeah, but if you have him testify about it specifically, he's going to get executed.
Technically, I feel like if he says it here, that's not automatically admissible in a Borginian court of law.
Yeah, but we don't know how Borginian law goes. If they're executing literally anyone who removes one of those cocoons out of the country.
Yeah.
That I don't have a very when you have a law like that that's specific, I have a feeling that you're not going to be generous about it.
Machi, please tell us the truth for your own sake. Polly.
No more speak, not to any of you.
So much for your precious trust, Herr Freiheit. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. See no other course to declare a 5-minute recess. I'm going to go on the swings. Everyone else can fucking deal with it. Defense will work things out with the defendant so that we may proceed. Are you sure you can do that in 5 minutes?
In 5 minutes.
5 minutes felt like a long time when you're like 5, but like...
Yeah, no, it's not a lot of time in court. And they usually they've called recesses as long as like an hour before.
Yeah.
I mean, usually that was like to subpoena somebody, but like, I feel like they've been a minimum of 10-15 minutes thus far. I don't
like
know
our breaks.
Yeah.
Apollo Eustace.
What fucking language is Borginian? That's not a French accented way to say that.
That's almost Italian.
Yeah.
Or not
They
Italian,
have
that's
the just
fucking
sound.
Latin.
Yeah. Because it's like, if anything, my read is like Eastern Europe.
Mm-hmm.
That has always been my read, but then it is linguistically very French, but it's clear that that's not the accent that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also not French based on the 7 different writing systems they've shown us for it. None of them are French. So, but like all the... Okay, some of the names are French. La Miroir, that's a Borginian word, allegedly. And that is not a real French word, but it's French sounding. Romain Letouce looks vaguely French. LeBlanc was the guy in Investigations who was Borginian.
Mm-hmm.
That's French-ish. Machi Tobaye, not especially French.
Yeah, but also LeBlanc also had an extremely conflicting theme song and also aesthetic.
Yeah. It's just, Europe. It's Europe.
Yeah, all of it.
I just don't think Apollo Eustace is not how you would say that with a French accent. If anything, you would say that with a German accent, but only if you'd never heard anybody say justice aloud before. You would say Eustace in that case. Because I know when I went to
Apollo
Germany,
UC.
when I went to Germany, if I told somebody my name, they would call me Josh, because that's like their closest approximation of the noise. But if they only saw my name written out, I got called Yosh at a Starbucks once. So I have no read. Shut the fuck up. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Fuck off. Believe I know shooting.
Such a bitch. What was that for? Machi claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room.
Maybe it was a trap and he walked into it? Suddenly, I hear revolver close, very close.
Why do you know the word revolver?
Well, if he's in a smuggling circle,
Yeah, but I feel like if anything, you just know, like, gun. Revolver is very
he
specific.
may have learned it very recently.
That's true, too.
Then I hear voice.
You heard gunshots? That's not what I said.
Yes, it's true I hear revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true.
So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots?
And you escaped through the air vent.
I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means?
Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo.
So you're telling me he vented.
Oh my god, Machi,
Sus.
no, you're being sus.
Machi, that's really sus of you, I'm sorry to say. So, yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that?
Wait, I bet his father is an architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from magician.
Magician?
Don't look at me.
A magician, huh? I wonder where we've seen one of those around recently.
I wonder what a magician is.
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche.
Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then heard the shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not.
Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what my father did in Farewell My Turnabout. Haven't you played Justice for All, Apollo? Your fucking name is in it.
I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So what do we do?
You're sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking, no. Well, it was worth a shot.
That cocoon.
I can't go home. Can't go home?
Hi, it's me, Machi, from the past.
I can't go home to Burginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon for Burginia is death.
That's right. It's punishable by death. Of course. He's scared. Oh well.
Oh well.
Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach.
Teehee. Teehee. That's the spirit, Apollo. So, what's your plan?
This feels like this has been taking more than 5 minutes in the universe.
If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify.
Someone else?
I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there.
Right.
Sprite is me when I have a tummy ache. Yeah.
Yeah.
When he's like grabbing like that. Yeah.
Me
Hey.
when my tummy hurts and I'm not being brave about it.
Yeah.
Court is now back in session. Mr. Juicy, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Not even slightly, Your Honor.
I myself had some really good chicken nuggets from McDonald's. I finally got to eat them after I was held up in the drive-thru for so long. I mean, after I was at the hospital visiting my friend's kid. That's definitely where I was.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. You're gonna hurt yourself one of
I
these
already
times.
did. I did that while drinking tea. That's not a good idea. Very well. So he will testify. Sorry, I did that while I was drinking some tea that I got from Trucy's hat.
Trucy's hat tea. Your Honor, the defendant will not testify.
Whoa!
Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor.
A different angle? Like Angel Star? Angle Star, I mean. Sorry, I forgot what her name was.
If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamiroir.
Lamirar? Again?
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamiroir's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamiroir was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honor.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted Lamiroir dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin,
Your investigators suck if that's true.
why would anyone be out to kill Lamiroir? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? Oh, shit. Yeah, because it would, I mean... we know who it probably was, but that's a very good way to prove the point, is that it would be somebody who would know that she speaks English. In other words, somebody who was most likely involved in this trial.
Mm-hmm.
Is you, boss.
Mm-hmm. If you don't
You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamiroir's testimony? A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly.
If Lamiro was attacked, this has some serious implications. Very well. If there were some vague points in her testimony, there were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have made into something.
Got it.
Right, well, here's Lamiro's testimony at once.
Hey, bestie. Lamiroir, I must apologize. I must ask you to stand again and speak.
You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent. And I will do all that I can until the court realizes that.
Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes?
That is correct.
At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Juicy?
I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know.
Yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. Heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
Still you.
I was breathing in so I could do that.
Prepare.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I am sorry. Not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth.
And it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible.
Fuck off.
Do I have to fucking repeat myself? Lamiroir was attacked because of this testimony.
Dot.
What? Trucy?
Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you're pretty cool.
Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Juicy. That's probably not very smart of a lawyer to do.
No.
Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness? Since that's your whole thing now, is being cool.
Alright, fuck off. I'm just trying to do my fucking job over here, and this is the goddamn thanks I get.
Yes! Die! The judge pulls out a gun. Mr. Latouche won't be the only dead body.
Darian Crescent?
I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him. The one who took the stand yesterday.
How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible?
Fuck off.
There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Oh, I think I'm starting to get it.
Uh-huh.
At least I'm starting to get something.
Uh-huh.
The thing I'm starting to get is she probably had an earpiece in
Oh.
and heard his voice through that.
Ooh.
Spicy.
By the way, dumb bitch move to shoot somebody while you have an earpiece in.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh
my god, they had fucking Among Us proximity chat on.
Of course.
Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere.
Shut up.
Fuck you. Die.
And then she pulls out a gun.
Shut the hell up.
Shut the hell your mouth.
She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. Lamiroir, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us.
I've given it much reflection, but
I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember.
I only heard one phrase clearly.
That is still helpful. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said.
This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Ooh, what did he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche.
The shooter, then. Darian Crescent.
Well, what did he say? Please.
It's over. Press the switch. Now.
The switch as in the little remote thing? I don't think this was a threat of death.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he was saying this to Latouche, is my thing.
Mm-hmm.
My theory... I don't know. But I think this is relevant to the fire starters and not to... Well, I guess they found the switch under the couch, so was he telling Romain Letouce to press the switch? Which would have set off the thing in the piano. And then when he didn't do it, he shot him?
Mayhaps.
Something like that? I don't know why that would have happened, but that's my theory. It's over...
Switch? Like the Nintendo Switch?
It's over as in the song is over, the show is over. Because it was like towards the end of the song, yeah?
It was not during when... It was not when...
It was not during the serenade, but it was during Guilty Love. Yeah.
Nintendo Switch? Like
But-
that I play Splatoon 5 on?
I guess the question is, who would have been at the piano during Guilty Love?
True.
Because the piano is where we found the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other fire igniter.
Fire starter.
Yeah. I've just been doing a lighter gesture, as if that's helpful to anybody but Adrian.
And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Letouce.
I thought it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? We'll never find out. Mr. Juicy, care to shed some light on the matter?
I do indeed. I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony?
Maybe, Apollo?
Shut the hell up. Triggered by remote trigger. Do we have remote trigger? Or...
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that either of these would work as evidence. But... yeah!
Mm-hmm.
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Well... Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens, I have a switch right here.
That certainly looks like a Nintendo Switch, doesn't it?
It's got Splatoon 3 on it.
Fuck yeah, I love Splatoon 3.
The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
My favorite weapon is the Splatana. Wait, what? We are in a case? The stage.
So nostalgic. Yeah, exactly. Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage.
Are you claiming that the voice Lamiroar heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch?
Wait, was it the... Oh, wait, no, wait. The switch we found in the piano. The igniter was under the couch, right?
Yeah.
That's right, okay. So we don't necessarily know what was up with that igniter, what it was being used for.
Mm-hmm.
But it would seem that throwing that switch would set off the igniter that was found in the dressing room. Simply because the guitar igniter had already gone off at that point. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on, Sneezy? He's sneezing.
It's a possibility. Oh, Herr Forehead? I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamiroir's dressing room.
That's a tiny fucking place. to do
Yeah.
a concert.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's not showing the whole audience, I don't know. Not to mention that the Gavinas were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We are known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard.
The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout.
She had an earpiece.
There was an earpiece in her ear.
So too have her forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Yeah, baby!
Get his ass.
Excuse me?
Kill him.
You heard what I said. Or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait. You like evidence, don't you? How about this?
That's so fucking stupid.
He's so lame.
That was like flirting.
Oh, you like evidence, don't you?
Oh, you like evidence.
You
don't
like
you?
evidence, don't you? Okay, here we go.
Stop doing your foreplay in court.
Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's...
What is that? Is that one of those new fang...
Oh my god! That's a cold shot if I ever
Oh
heard
my
one.
god! That was some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? Jesus Christ.
Incredible. How were you gonna end that sentence? Pretty much the same? Or
Yeah!
incredible.
Wesley, is that one of the newfangled Bluetooth headphones?
This is a type of transmitter, a communications
Why the
device.
fuck is it called Bluetooth?
That's a great question that I don't know the answer to.
Communication device? Hi, Sissel.
Well, Your Honor, communication is when people speak to... Oh, fuck, my dialogue's auto-advancing. Everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? I assumed the first line was something to the effect of, like, while the concert was going on. I'm sorry. Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be quite simple.
Sissel, please stop tormenting me.
No. True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited.
They're using Among Us proximity chat. Lemior said it was about 30 feet, right? Like Among Us, proximity chat.
Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert. Alright, I'm giving up on that bit.
You did a good job.
Ah.
Ah. Hi, Sissel.
Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far.
Everyone, Sissel is on the stairs. He is on the stairs.
Is he like down?
No, he's just in the middle of it.
Just a couple
He's being a
steps
little
down.
stair boy. I need everyone to make fun of Sissel for being a little stair boy. It's really important to me.
How's your back after that stretched off? Fuck off. But the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be.
What the fuck is wrong with your spine for it to make that noise? So when Lamirar heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
I have such a difficult time telling these two's objections apart. I don't know what it is, but they have
Yeah.
a very similar... I know Apollo's is more aggressive, but I consistently cannot... I cannot be confident which one of them is objecting.
Lavir
It's
should
like
sound more German in his objection.
Yeah.
Einspruch!
Einspruch! Yeah, give him an Einspruch. That would do it.
Yeah.
Ha! You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact.
Hey, he has a point. How do you know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said, "Press the switch."
Well, I guess we don't.
An unfortunate situation. Afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it.
Ugh. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this Switch anyway?
Well,
I only had I had the Wii U.
Well, you see, it's the latest Nintendo console, and it has such classic games such as Super Mario Odyssey and Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild.
I like the idea of
Splatoon 2
Nintendo
and
not
Splatoon
dropping a new
3.
console in the next 4 years.
They better fucking not. I don't want to buy a new one.
That's true, yeah. I'm just saying, timeline-wise, I feel like... I don't know if the Switch is at the end of its life, per se, but I do feel like it's about that time to start thinking about a new console.
Yeah,
for
they're gonna
Nintendo.
make the Switch 2. Switch 2! Well, I don't even know if that's actually, because I feel like if they're going to be releasing a new console soon, they wouldn't come up with their next big game, Splatoon 3, right now. They'd probably be waiting to release it on their next console.
I'm not saying now, I'm saying within the next 4 years.
Oh, yeah.
Sometime
probably.
before
The next-
2026. I don't think they're thinking of it right now. I'm just saying, like, probably they're starting to think about their next console at this time.
I hope not, though. I don't want to buy a new Nintendo console.
Fucking don't. There's a billion games on the Switch. You could use that for the rest of your life.
Yeah, don't make more consoles. This is fine.
We don't
We don't need better graphics.
Wait a second. I do know what this Switch is.
It's the Nintendo console.
And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes the case.
Does
this
it?
case.
What's up, Apollo? Apollo? Are you playing Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch in your head while we're in court?
We know about this Switch, right? We know what it is.
Yeah?
I like that we're committed hard to the Nintendo Switch joke instead of making the other very obvious Switch joke that could be made about everybody here not knowing what a Switch is.
Breath of the Wild 2 for the Switch.
I'm just throwing out here that we're exercising an unusual amount of restraint in doing this.
Listen, Nintendo Switch jokes are funnier than sex jokes sometimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if there's not a qualifier on that sentence, I'm gonna disagree, but sometimes they are. They're the funnier joke here.
Yeah, here it's funnier to have them talk about the Nintendo Switch and like the Wii U than it is for it to be a fucking Switch bottom top joke. That's over fucking done.
Yeah, come on. Grow up.
Grow the fuck up.
Grow up. Play Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
Nobody's having sex anymore. Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Juicy. Yeah. No, really.
Good. It wasn't that funny.
I thought it was. You're still laughing.
I'm laughing because you're still laughing.
If you have no further information to share concerning the Switch,
You can also buy an entire huge catalog of indie games on it, Your Honor. Your Honor.
like Hollow Knight or Cult of the Lamb,
Or a lot of shitty visual novels.
like Danganronpa.
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this is. Can we fucking... I know what this Switch is.
Oh, yes, please, Zero Escape on the
Please.
Switch in 2026.
Please. I still hold that they missed their opportunity to put 999 in the Wii U.
Yeah,
would've
that
been
was a
an
fucking
unironically good adaptation. We could have had it all. It's not too late, Nintendo.
Bring back Wii U support just for this, okay? Please.
Just for a hit visual novel, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors.
That was a commercial failure in Japan. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this Nintendo Switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link, like from Legend of Zelda.
Like from The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom.
What evidence do you have to explain what the Switch is, and not the Nintendo kind?
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? Oh, we got our...
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, that's that.
Nintendo Switch is fucking canon in Ace Attorney.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, the Nintendo line of products do exist in the Ace Attorney universe. They have all played the Wii.
The judge would have a Wii.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Is this another one of those newfangled Wiis?
This is an igniter. What phone looks like this?
What Nintendo Wii looks like this?
What Wiimote looks like this?
Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yes, actually. You aren't saying this Switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Was? Look,
Was?
look, I'll show you.
Yo, Mr. Juicy, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom.
Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected.
If my whiskers had caught on fire,
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself.
I would fucking kill you.
This switch is a remote igniter trigger.
The Switch is actually a Wiimote.
Doesn't that suggest something to you? Does it remind you of anything? Any recent fires in your life, Prosecutor Gavin? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you?
Yes, I know what you're fucking talking about. Fuck off.
Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. Oh, baby. Oh, he's so brave. It's so fucking orange.
So ugly.
I'm sorry, I missed that line because I was distracted by 3D Clavier.
MMD, look at us.
MMD looked better than that.
Yeah, it did. Wasn't that part of the stage show though? That's like one of the early MMD models. Like
Yeah.
the ones that they give you as default that people then edited to make
Yeah.
other characters that looked really bad.
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake.
That's right. He got it in Burguinia from Lemuroir. He said the sound is amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes.
The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. I disagree. Now, Forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lemuroir, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it.
I love his little nod.
Yeah, it's good. There's good animations in this game. They've been
They
consistently
gave
really
him more
pleasant.
frames in Phoenix.
Yeah. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. Still not as many as like,
Naruhodo.
I'm just thinking about that little promotional bit that they did. I
Yeah.
showed you that, right?
Yeah.
The where
Why do you get more frames than me?
why does your objection look so much smoother than mine? Because, Nick, you only have like 2 frames. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense.
We're gonna call out the timing discrepancy.
Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on
It
it.
was at a totally different fucking time, Your Honor. Really? It seems pretty simple to me. Yeah, there we go. Hair forehead.
You fucking idiot.
Don't destroy what little respect I have for you. What a bitch.
What a fucking asshole.
I'm loving seeing Clavier acting like a prick in this one. It's real good.
I still think so much about Apollo fucking singing. I think I prefer Prosecutor Gavin more than Guitarist Gavin.
Yeah.
And then this is what Prosecutor Gavin is like to him. I get it.
Makes
I
you...
get it. You're a little gay boy.
Yeah. You like it when he talks to you like that, do you? I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
His simple story simply makes no sense. Think! That night, my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set.
Ack! That's right, of course!
Characters in this game love to say ack.
The guitar caught on fire
During Lemiro's song.
during Lemiro's song.
Indeed. Yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is fishy.
Faulty.
I want to say fishy. I
You know
wanted
what?
to say fishy.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like
See,
fish.
his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that?
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Fishy?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for this entire case so far.
What
Ooh.
premise is this specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? A Detective Emma Skye heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and, according to his testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Juicy?
Stay with me, Your Honor.
No.
He also told us this in his testimony, namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane! Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. Next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What?
What? What? Order, order, order! I made myself dizzy because I moved my head too much, banging
God.
out to the song. But that goes against the evidence.
I don't give a fuck. What does, Your Honor?
The crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes?
Hey, he's right. Look.
Yeah, this objection theme fucking goes.
Yeah, this fucking bops as hell.
The bullet is supposed to be to come after the fire.
You're thinking about it the wrong way. You have to turn your thinking about, Trucy. Look. Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it.
I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
You have to Gyakuten this Saibon. That's what an ace attorney does. Yes, they did.
It fucking kills me. They're like, everything was carried out according to the song, so there's no way it could have been done out of order
Like,
at any point.
That's a really dumb problem to have with this plan.
Mm-hmm.
A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose.
Reversed. Prosecutor Gavin.
This is not that crazy a thing to say. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet her forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way.
Order, order, order. That's what it explain this most unusual situation.
It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly, it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic. For it's flawed from the very beginning.
Is it now?
Flawed? Yes, a contradiction here, Forehead. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lemiroir have heard? We did this.
Oh, I think they're more like she was supposed to be on stage during this. Why did she hear it?
How could Lemiroir
afterwards?
have voice through it? Oh. Well, she was disappeared. Because at the
She was
center of this
under
case,
stage.
yeah, they probably dropped her into the vents, or something similar.
Mm-hmm.
And she lied about where she was to protect like the trick or whatever.
Yeah. To protect. Yeah.
Or I don't know, maybe they did just fully drop her into the hallway under the stage. I don't know enough about the layout there, but she was dropped under the stage as part of the disappearing act. Which is why Valent said that the trick is at the center of this case.
Yeah.
We fucking got him. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lemiroir's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard. The shooter's voice.
What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo?
Look, what do we have? A man saying, press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence. But how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime. That window was closed. Can't you tell us how Lemiroir heard the voice?
A key point, to be sure. Mr. Juicy, can you explain it to the court?
Okay, Juicy, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lemiroir heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lemiroir able to hear the voice? She has divine hearing. She was somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either. Here's the thing. I understand that we needed to prove that she was somewhere else because she wasn't backstage during her set. But why was that not the line of questioning? Why was the line of questioning how did she hear it when we already proved? Is it because it would have been out of range? Is that their argument there? Because I wish they had, like, if they were going to belabor this point, I wish they had said that.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember enough about the layout. I don't even remember which dressing room is which well enough to know what the problem with that is. Ah, it's good to hear you're making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. What does that mean? Clavier? As I was saying, Lemiroir could not hear the voice through that window. So there can be only one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. Because I feel like the main problem that this changes is the fact that she was on the fucking stage at this point. You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and good sense were back on speaking terms. It's a good burn. Thanks, Clavier. Now I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Herr Forehead? Lemiroir clearly stated that she heard the voice through that small window. And there was only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene?
There is.
Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him.
Please ask, I'll look so fucking cool if you do.
Very well. You claim Lamiroir heard the voice from another location. Mr. Juicy, show us where this location was, and make it sound cool.
Lemiroir heard the voice from...
Here. Here. ...
He wants us to indulge him. Okay, buddy, tell us where the other window is.
Does this look like a small window to you, Mr. Juicy?
Don't be a bitch to me. Game? The state of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window on our society.
I didn't ask you to point out a window on society. I want a window on the crime scene.
I hate you. No points for trying? If the small window we know about was closed, there's only one other thing she could have meant. I heard the voice from here. Oh, okay, it has to... I'm sorry, it can't be one of these vents. It has to be this vent. I didn't realize I could move the screen over. Also, they have put the vent where you can't really click it, which is awesome. There better be a good hitbox on this thing. I hate this game. This is where Lemiroir heard that voice from.
But that's no small window.
That's the air vent, is what he said after that. It auto-advanced.
Fuck you.
What did she
Not you. I was saying that to the game.
What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine. She did question whether she had called it the right thing. I remember that because I remember being like, Window's not that complicated a word. Probably that's it. She was uncertain that she had used the right word for it. I remember that now.
Oh my god, you're so right.
It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamiroir was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Lamiroir vented. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Herr Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lamiroir be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it? Lamiroir?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, I'm still here. I never left.
I never left.
You have been listening to our discussion here, yes?
No, I'm sorry. I zoned out. I was thinking about playing Splatoon 3 on my Nintendo Switch when I got home. I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? Feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
Get his ass.
Get his ass.
The problem
Fucking idiot.
here is words. Lamiroir, this small window through which you heard the voice. Was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall?
Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
Thus?
Fucking idiot. Die. With love. Oh no, I love. That was weird.
Yeah, the fade to black was strange.
Witness! You will clarify this statement to the court. Are you... the ceiling of the room.
What was that, Your Honor? What the fuck did you just say to me?
Don't worry about it. It's ceiling. What heard? That's where you heard the moment of the crime.
Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry. I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I will die before I tell you.
I believe it's time for another testimony.
But she should never reveals her tricks, even under oath.
I'm not sure. I can't.
Fuck you. May I remind you this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. If you don't give it to us, I will put this 14-year-old the death penalty. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Well, this is like one of those states where we have death by firing squad, right?
For children?
That's what's gonna happen. You don't testify, ma'am.
Something tells me that California is not one of those states.
This is a dystopia we're living in. Sorry, I never addressed the fact. Hi, Ace Attorney is in a post-apocalyptic universe.
They have gun laws. Canonically.
Oh my god, I forgot. It's very difficult to get a gun in this country. Oh god, I wish. Oh man.
Well, looks like I'm on the right track.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice.
It's a big ass vent.
Yeah.
She's not even crawling. She's like just hunched.
I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Girl.
It was a fucking magician's trick. Bound to secrecy?
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
That's still witnessing in a manner of speaking.
Yeah. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, Herr Forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Juicy, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you gonna do, Apollo? I'm still here, remember?
I'm gonna find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her.
During the court sessions, I honestly forget that Trucy is here sometimes.
She stays quiet until all of a sudden she doesn't. Why had you heard there was a small window there before? By small window, you mean the air vent?
I only remembered I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course.
The air vent grate could trip you up, certainly. Ha ha.
So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened.
Are we not going to address why she knew she was going in the vent?
That is when I heard his voice come from the room.
Darian's voice. Let me rock calling an emergency meeting. Red has small windowed.
I knew something terrible had happened, yet
So without a word, you just let the third set start?
after the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do.
You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner.
Yes, perhaps I could.
I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance.
True.
Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing completely unaware. Singing without a voice? If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get Lamiwa to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere.
Like, I remember being backstage for plays, and people would sometimes be bleeding. We were like, I have to get on stage.
Mm-hmm.
Injuries come second.
Yeah. Girl. You heard the gunshots during the second set, during your performance. You're quite sure?
Yes, why would I lie about the time?
Why didn't you tell us yesterday?
No one asked me. I thought you all knew.
That's a new sound.
I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times.
Yes, you did. But you never told us why.
I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it.
Unable or unwilling?
She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do?
We'll just have to prove it ourselves.
I'll give her some of my hat tea. Maybe that'll help.
As long as she's bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it.
But how are you going to do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo, and she definitely didn't do a whole disappearing act in the middle of it. She could have been up above the ceiling, too.
Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why, too. Maybe I've got the evidence to prove it.
The fact that
Player of this game, this is the statement that you have to present the evidence on.
Oh my god.
It's... I love when they do some really obvious shit like that when you press. They're like, this is the statement.
This is the statement.
I was figured it was either going to be this one or the last one. Yeah. Lamiwa, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance.
What happened?
I am stunned at how nicely drawn the hands are in this game. Every time I see a hand, I'm like, damn, they did a good job.
As opposed to the yaoi hands in the original game.
Suakane Kumiko, I love you, but the hands were a little... Yes, it's all right here on this video. Oh yeah, yep. Show it to me again.
He looks so ugly.
It's really funny because, like, Lamiwa, aside from looking pretty washed out, otherwise looks fine.
She also
And
has
her
pretty
model-
dead eyes.
Yeah, but her model is, like, way more complicated than his.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they fucked it up that badly. What I want to know is, so the lyrics are obviously stupid. Were they also kind of dumb in Japanese, or was this like a translation thing where you can't both translate it well and make it good song lyrics? That's what I'm curious about. I'm curious to know if this was also like a really lyrically stupid song in Japanese as well. Well, as we can see, Lamiwa was clearly not on stage for her entire performance.
Ah.
Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamiwa is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum.
Apollo!
What, Drusi?
It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules.
Drusi, look me in the eyes. Someone fucking died. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice.
This is all very terrible. Death for Apollo. You revealed a magician's secret. But how is it possible?
It's only 21 seconds between when she disappears and reappears.
She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong,
Yeah, I was gonna
Prosecutor
say-
Gavin?
Clavier probably knows the trick, doesn't he?
Yeah, he
He
helped.
was there. This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed.
Aha!
He's just realizing his own oversight. Fuck. Let's look at this cross-section diagram again. Here, we can trace a route through the ceiling. Oh! It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Is he...
Ah!
Recall Lamiroir's testimony from yesterday.
No! I don't want to remember.
Another fucking... Oh my god. Oh my god.
Please stop showing it to us.
This case loves to be like, you remember yesterday? You remember it?
Remember yesterday?
This is you.
Fuck. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling.
Lamiroir knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. Us? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something.
I know. I know if I opening vents, I
Oh.
can leave stage and backstage.
Yeah. He said that?
Oh?
Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin?
Oh, are you a little fucking idiot baby boy, Mr. Gavin?
I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet, I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis.
Apollo is such a smug bitch. It's so funny because he's very uncool, but he thinks he is so very cool.
They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know?
Which is why he bound Lamiroir to secrecy. Well, Lamiroir?
I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you.
So, I missed what he first said. Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused.
Why's that, Your Honor?
As I said before, hey, this is music from the first Ace Attorney game. There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops, even if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
That's a good question.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Girl.
Very well. Mr. Juicy.
Yeah.
If I speak, there is a sniper trained on me at all times if I state it. So I cannot say. You have to for me.
It's all up to you. Do your thing or whatever the fuck you do.
Shelly to kill her.
Shelly de Killer. Have you ever heard of Shelly de Killer?
What thing, Your Honor?
He's very famous in our country. He's the one who does all of the executions.
Oh my
Cocoon
god.
smugglers.
You need to explain how Lamiroir was able to teleport like she did. Sorry if you can hear my M&Ms. Or I'm throwing your case out the...
Sorry, throwing your case out with the bathwater is what he said.
My dialogue!
Why do I get picked on? Is it Lamiroir? It's Lamiroir who isn't going along with the program here.
As I have stated before, there is a sniper trained on me at all times to take me out the moment I speak.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Juicy, to be your job to wring the truth out of her.
That sounds
Yes,
violent.
if you would, please?
Right. I feel like a student before finals.
Oh god, I'm so glad I don't know that feeling anymore.
Oh, I know.
Good luck, Apollo! The big illusion. Wow, just like the beginning of the universe. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes.
Hmm. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens.
Body double? Were we right when we were joking about the wax figure thing last week?
Oh my
Son of
god,
a bitch.
wax figure 2, Madame Two Spells 2.
Oh my god, Madame Two Spells, I'm such a big fan.
Oh,
It's crazy that you're
gee.
still alive.
Yeah, that's so fucking crazy. I love that for you, girl. You look great.
I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something.
As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Juice.
Right, Your Honor.
I want some happy juice after this.
Okay, Your Honor. Well, if they don't have appy juice in the vending machines in this courtroom,
What? I'll
There's-
have your head for that.
there's only OJ or milk.
I'll have the defendant's milk. I wonder where they get it from. Oh.
All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamirois is saying and what we can see plainly in the video.
Hey, what's defendant's milk?
You can't fucking do this to me.
I am a magician after all.
If you haven't played Ace Attorney Investigations, don't worry about it. don't even worry about it. Actually, you could watch the Singular Investigations VOD that I have up because that was the first chunk of Turnabout Reminiscence. And I did, in fact, see that line.
No chance.
Ugh.
I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Sorry about the M&Ms in my mouth.
You got hat M&Ms too? Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. You're supposed to be on my side here. That's probably how I said that. Okay. Obviously, I gotta press the 2 minutes thing, because what the fuck? Jesus, I'm sorry. Wait, shit. It's a contradiction from the solving an illusion can't be so different from solving a normal case, right? It's you.
Sorry, Paulo. I'm not telling. Not even if you make those puppy dog faces.
Fine, fine. Not the road exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit station. Stand handed.
Oh, the defendant's milk is the hot milky that they give you at the end of the trial.
I'm vexed. I'm vexed at these implications.
It's the milk they give to defendants.
It's that's better. I like that better. I like that a lot better. If you haven't played Investigations, there's a vending machine, and one of the things in it is defendant's fresh milk, and you're playing as young Edgeworth and young Francisca, and Francisca is like, defendant's milk? What does that mean? Do you think that it's milked freshly by the defendants in the cases? And Edgeworth, because he's fucking deranged, says, no, I think that they milk the milk from the defendants. And then he doesn't elaborate on that. And Francisca's like, you're joking, right? And I think about it every day of my life. It haunts me.
It's a haunting moment in that game.
People don't impress Edgeworth enough for that. And it's because nobody played Investigations. Anyway.
Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running.
It is in the same vending machine as hot dogs, which is distressing.
Yeah, cold hot dogs from the vending machine.
Jamie, you can pull up the VOD right now. It fucking happened. I would not lie to you about this.
Yeah, this
Edgeworth
is
said
real.
they milk the defendants.
I could find the fucking I will find the video that I watched, scrub it for that one specific bit of dialogue and send it to you.
I would not make this up.
Yeah, $7. It's a $7 cold hot dogs. from a vending
$7 cold
machine.
hot dogs. Running in that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling?
Aha, Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten?
Doesn't matter to
Were
me
you
if
having
it's
a
dark.
conversation about defendant's milk instead of my dialogue? Like a
No.
fucking idiot?
No.
Dark or lit makes no difference to me. Don't forget it. Stop thinking about vending machine hot dogs.
That's true, but... Cut the AJ stream and load up AII just to show proof. Tempting. So, oh, that's you.
Fuck. So you're saying on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway.
Lemigod disappears on the video for 20 seconds. But she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How?
You want my professional opinion? I'll bet the answer's right there in that video.
We gotta get out Gumshoe's Mr. Analyzer.
Yeah, I love Mr. Analyzer.
Mr. Analysis? It might be Mr. Analysis.
Yeah, one of those two.
It is.
Mr. Juicy, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony.
Trucy just made it sound like we would benefit from watching the video again. But I also feel like it's gonna be we're gonna have to show the video and then they're gonna make us scrub fucking whatever. I'm watching the video again. Wait, did we already do her disappearing trick? I do want to see that again.
Oh,
Huh?
there's some light in his guitar, which is interesting.
Well, that's probably the... I don't know. Maybe that's like the spark ignite? I'm not sure. Oh, wait, no. I wish you could pause this because I feel like I would theoretically benefit from that. I don't know, because they show like a close-up of her both before and after, and it does both look quite convincingly like her.
There's like a
But-
diamond underneath
Yeah,
her.
I'm kind of thinking her... Yeah, but...
No, but underneath where she's standing, there's a little thing. So I'm thinking maybe like.
Yeah, but she said herself that she was gone for like 2 minutes. That's what's throwing me.
Yeah. Also, how did she make the fall without
Don't even
getting
worry about
herself hurt?
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Because they just like dropped her. That is crazy. That's a crazy cool trick to just pull on stage like that. I'm sorry, this is so shitty to watch. Because, yeah, you're right, there is like a diamond under her, but I just wonder, because she herself says that she took 2 minutes. That's the thing
Is her diamond still on her?
Her brooch? That's
It's gone.
Oh, yeah, okay, it is gone. I don't know if that's exactly it, but that's the only thing I can think of. Evidence explaining the discrepancy. Sure, I bet there is. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between video and testimony.
Brooch?
Would it be Brooch or would it be the video itself?
I don't
Or-
fucking know, my dudes.
Uh,
Maybe it's a thing where we need to press her a bunch and then she'll give us some more evidence.
I'm gonna try this. Ha!
What? Bruh, yeah, we knew what we were doing.
We're so smart. Lamira, do you happen to remember this brooch?
This brooch?
This brooch?
Aha! The brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not?
You really are ace attorneys. Thanks.
Thank you.
It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I. But we hadn't.
Oh?
Take another look at the video.
Take another look at this video.
Yeah, I think the fire had already started here. Because you see a spark go off and then it starts flickering.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that it hadn't gotten big enough at the time. It took a minute for him to even notice it. Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch.
So she is.
That's a new one.
I'm trying to make them different.
Let's look a bit later. Broochless.
No brooches? What? The brooch. It's good.
That was a frightening noise.
I'm sorry, I made that with my mouth.
Yes, the brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds.
Clavier, how did you make that noise?
And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation. The Lamihua we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamihua we see after are two different people.
What?
I don't know why I did that again.
I'm gonna die.
I'm not gonna do it again, I promise.
The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamihua, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage?
Trying to see what the fuck that emote is.
Gun.
Yeah,
The
that's
very
fair.
moment you witnessed the crime.
Yeah, you can kill me for that.
Yes, I think I did.
Order! Prosecutor Gavin!
Gunov shoots you.
Yeah, you can kill me for that. Jill Resident Evil with a gun.
I
OMG,
see.
Jill Resident Evil with a gun.
From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, fair judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. Who was her body double then? So I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamira was replaced.
Well, we're on the subject. Just who was this replacement of Lamirar?
Why, the man behind the illusion. Valent Gramaye.
What the fuck?
It was
Yeah, he
Gramaye?
notoriously looks just like Lamirar.
That's quite the illusion. But I still don't get one thing.
Yes?
The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right.
That's
But
right.
this fake Lamira is still singing. And she's pretty good. Apollo.
Apollo?
Polly?
Do you know what lip syncing is, King?
Sure, the mouth was covered.
That too! That too.
That's true.
Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
Yeah, that is considerably more impressive. Yeah. They're giving us on some kind of air guitar band, Fräulein.
No, I think the Drebber one is more impressive because the fucking wax statue got out of it scot-free without any damage to it.
True.
Oh ho? You mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lemire?
Very well.
Did they have her singing in the vents?
Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony.
I had to keep singing even while I moved.
That's deranged. That's insane. Girl? You were singing?
Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings. So I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Yeah, she was like hunched way over. That can't be.
Oh, no
that's-
wonder Mr. Latouche said that she was the witness, even if he couldn't see her.
Because he could hear her singing.
Oh, yeah.
That's why he was like, the witness's siren.
Ah. Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage?
Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness?
Girl, that is not good singing conditions.
Yeah, your singing is gonna be different when you're in a different position.
When you're hunched over and trying to move quickly?
Yeah.
It's
Girl.
a miracle that like all of the other ambient noise around you of like your footsteps weren't also picked
Oh
up.
my god. I mean, I assume it was a very, like, I don't know, not sensitive microphone that was just, like, very close to her mouth and ostensibly only picking up her voice.
Yeah, but still, like,
Yeah.
you're in an echoey vent.
Oh my god, the acoustics.
Yeah, the acoustics are gonna be fucked up.
Goodness gracious.
But if you are singing while you're walking,
That's right. Wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard?
Also that.
She was singing right over their heads after all.
Oh, wait, no, the music was being fucking blasted in that room.
mm-hmm.
It was really loud. That was a whole thing.
Yeah,
That
another thing, the fucking
is right.
feedback.
Well, so I was thinking more about that was why they didn't hear her.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. I'm just sort of thinking, like, you would hear that feedback if it was blasted.
So they would have heard her singing on the speakers, but they wouldn't have been able to know that she was right there. Like her singing would not have given her position away. Although they should have known where she was just based on the concert, but it's entirely possible that the shooter wasn't filled in on that because of the need to know basis. If he wasn't part of that act, he wouldn't have been told that that's where she was. That's my line of thinking anyway.
I get you.
So
and I agree.
so he wouldn't have known that she was there, but Latouche would have because he probably would have known her location for the
Because
performance.
he's like, he's her
'Cause he's-
fucking manager.
Yeah, because he's in charge of her. Maybe. That's my reasoning. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state?
I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo.
The speaker. The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder.
Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room.
Did we need a flashback for this?
Monitoring?
It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up.
Satisfied? The dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamiroir singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamiroir singing over the speaker.
Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice.
Ah,
Lamiroir?
I just remembered something.
Do tell.
But Mr. Justice, who is Emma Skye? Can you flash back to you meeting her? Yeah, that's like... This case is almost that bad.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes?
I'm having fun, but like... They've been pretty goofy through a lot of this. It must be said.
It startled me, so I
So you?
stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
The song... stopped?
Thankfully, it was at the very beginning of the second verse, so not too many would notice.
Forehead! That mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing... huh?
That machine, Apollo! The one that breaks music into tracks.
Oh, this! I'd completely forgotten about it. How are they gonna swing this? She doesn't have a voice. Let's take a listen. Oh, I was hoping we'd be able to manipulate it live, but now they're just gonna... Oh!
Yeah.
I had thought that was deliberate syncopation. Huh. Alright. Alright, video game, you win this round. That does sound really... When you listen to it like that. Because that's like a... Because that's like a thing you can do vocally. Is... It's not really syncopation. It's, I can't for the life of me remember what it is. But it's when you sing with a rhythm that's more like natural talking. It's a little like off rhythm deliberately. Kind of a jazz thing a little bit. I don't know. I don't know music theory. I'm a fake fan. Rubato. That sounds right. Thank you.
It does, I must have missed it.
Look at the lyrics sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Oh, she missed one of them, too. She only said pleasure
one
once.
Pleasure.
Now listen again. That's clever. I'll hand it to this case. That was clever.
This is evidence indeed.
Evidence is certainly evidence.
I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. Haha, courtroom humor.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamiroi's ballad.
If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set.
I feel like the more pertinent thing to say is Tomachi Tobaye could not have done it.
Yes, because he was right there on stage. Well, Prosecutor Gavin. Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly.
Turned about so thoroughly.
I know he said
Yakuten
Gyakuten.
so Saibon thoroughly.
I've never seen a Saibon Gyakuten so thoroughly. I know he said it. You can't hide from me. You can't hide it from me, Janet Shu. Yet one problem remains.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavel?
Herr Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lamiroi's testimony.
No, it isn't. We literally have evidence. Is there a problem with this?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to
We
protect the
literally
defendant?
have evidence.
We looked at the fucking video. You said that you know about all of this. But you have no
Gavin,
proof.
die.
All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man, the myth, the legend.
That's right, Your Honor.
You don't mean...
Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way.
As someone with a new perspective on the case. Do we want to take a break before
I
Darian
was
comes on
thinking
to
exactly
stage?
that. Yes. As a suspect, to be frank. I'm trying to find a funny cliffhanger to leave this off on. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole.
Finally, we're gonna finger Darian.
Yeah?
And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for Juicy.
This is as good as a time as any to take a pause for brief recess. Josh,
That's
Adrian, go take a recess.
that's a great, actually, yeah. Let's call it.
Don't even go to the break screen. Just leave it here.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's take a 10-15 minute recess, everybody.
Yeah, 10-15 recess.
I can't believe we haven't been calling them recesses thus far.
Yeah,
That's been a missed
this is
opportunity.
Like how many episodes into this are we?
This is our 6th, I think.
My
if you
God.
Can believe it. Yeah. Yeah, alright, we're gonna take a quick recess and then we'll come back and finger Darian. See you soon.
See you soon.
Hi.
Hello, chat.
I didn't keep track of how long that was, so if it was a long break, cope.
I ran to the Turkey Hill and back to buy a bag of chips.
As one does.
So I, on a whim, decided I need to get some sour cream and onion chips this very fucking second, or I'm going to die.
As happens to any of us. So we're back. Just before they're gonna pause for a recess in game.
Mm-hmm.
What's this? What's up? Can you not scratch the wall, please?
That's some really good audio, Sissel. Thank
That
you.
is a horrible sound. Anyway.
The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin.
I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are.
You have 3 minutes. 15-minute recess.
Sissel. I know there's probably like a gnat on the ceiling or something, but can you fucking relax?
Baby girl, please stop.
Hi, Cecil. Apollo! I can't believe it! It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Rami Leroy's performance?
Why she was in that air vent. And that switch and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with.
I knew you
had what it took.
Oh.
I think it's Valen. Oh no!
Oh.
Nicholas!
Daddy!
You like my impression of Valen Grammarier?
It sucked, Daddy!
Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Fuck this guy a little bit. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say, hiya! Why do I even bother hoping?
Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming home. You haven't been coming to the office at all. That's our fucking house.
Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission.
Secret? You mean like you're undercover?
Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed.
And uglier.
No. What if you're shot too, Daddy?
Won't I do a thing like that to you? Do I look like the kind of guy who gets shot?
You look like the kind of guy who'd die from a gunshot.
You think a gun's gonna take me out at this point, Truce? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What?
Please don't finger Darian in court.
Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi Tobae off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. Yeah, it won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our diva Divine is telling the truth.
But what about all the proof? The brooch and the Nintendo Switch.
A piece of jewelry and a Nintendo console. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case.
But
If the sultry songstress is lying,
I wouldn't describe her as being sultry.
Don't say that! Your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. That reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky. Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Here it is.
what are those, Daddy? You don't look like very good snacking material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime.
2026, kids are gonna get really into fireworks.
That was what caused the gunshots after Latus was already down. That was the cause of the gunshots that Machi saw.
And that we heard.
There was a switch igniter under the couch that lit the fireworks that were also found under the couch. So somebody remotely ignited fireworks specifically to create a false witness.
And that's why Darian was late on his entrance.
We're on to something.
Mm-hmm.
These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime. Under the sofa?
Hey, Apollo. That's where we found that little device thingy.
Sure fucking is. Right. This. Well, finally some fucking evidence that makes sense around here. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe.
Oh yeah, if you get a
Right.
guilty verdict, I'm disowning you. Not you, Trucy, I mean Apollo.
Every man has an igniter inside
Oh,
him.
are you fucking Godot now?
Apollo. Men are like colonies of bacteria, Apollo. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow.
People have all kinds of fetishes, Apollo.
Oh, what's some other shit that he's the thing where it's like I always say, a fool is too stupid to even catch a cold or whatever. I'm always saying this. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like a magician, normally.
What does he want us to do?
An awesome fucking question.
No conventional methods. What does that mean? We're gonna need to Yakuton this Saibon. Of course, Trucy.
I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. It won't.
Grace?
Grace, you're killing me.
Grace?
Grace, you're killing me. You're killing me,
Jamie,
Grace.
you're also killing me. You are all killing me. I hate every single one of you.
Grace is making a reference to a conversation that she and I had a bit ago. I'm not explaining it.
Please, don't. Explain it to me later, but not now.
It's anyway. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. We're all bad influences, Grace, I understand.
Court is now back in session after whatever the fuck just happened. Prosecutor Gavin, what the fuck is going on?
Great fucking question, Your Honor. I would like to know just as much as you. In the witness lounge, ready to be called in any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. This all seems like horseshit to me. Darian, was the first detective I ever worked with.
Oh gee, they're gonna be exes. Oh my god, they're exes.
Oh fuck. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand.
I love the way how you read Apollo's lines.
He's such a bitch.
He is such a bitch.
I have to play him like one. Correct? Oh, I know. They have 4 heads.
Very well, call the final witness to the stand.
You don't need to worry about my exes, Apollo. I'm more about the here and now.
Detective Darian Crescend.
Hi, buddy. Oh, this is about to be a very me-heavy trial, isn't it? Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gavinners. Maybe you've heard of us.
Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today?
Nope. Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner.
Oh, they're exes,
Oh,
exes.
boy. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner.
Oh my god.
Holy shit! Divorce! So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. If
Yes,
these two could stop hate flirting.
Yes, it's high time he did. Stop fucking hate flirting in my trial. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lemiroir's testimony. If, in fact, you have anything to say about it.
Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Borginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha!
Cranky because I'm dating your ex, aren't you?
Cranky because I took your man. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. It's gonna go really great for me talking in 3 different registers in rapid succession. This is gonna be really good for my voice. So if the voices start getting a little fucky, forgive me. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the 3rd set, anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man.
So you claim Lemiroir's testimony was a lie?
Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective?
Detective Skye. I see. Mr. Juicy, you may begin the cross-examination. Sissel is being
Sissel
a
was
little
inventing
free.
new noises again. He didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamiroir's testimony alone.
Fortunately, you have evidence.
I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Sorry, I'm drinking sparkling water, which is not a great call, but it's the only way to get a lot of water into my system. Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots? Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. Huh. Guess you and Lamiroir got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots.
Machi heard them too. Remember, he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them.
So, how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? Yep, there we go. Burnt fragments. You
Get
fucking
fucked.
idiot. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What things?
Oh, you know, stuff. The first was this small device. It's the remote-triggered igniter. I don't know why I said lighter.
Well, they rhyme.
Correct. And one more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope.
My lovers! Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? What? You think Detective Skye works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been 2 firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Ha! You got an active imagination, don't you?
I didn't expect this pompadour to jiggle like that.
Pompadour jiggle physics.
I'm not gonna comment on what it makes you think of.
Okie dokie.
I'm not gonna say it.
Sure thing.
Someone else can, but I'm not gonna.
But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Oh my god, that was... you couldn't
got
have,
it.
You couldn't have scripted that. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So, you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off? Right when 2 witnesses came walking by? Ha!
That's right. Darian was out on the stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then?
Firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear. You get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man?
There may be bears.
How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weaknesses and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset. The kind all of the band staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. Was he using that to listen for footsteps?
Oh my god. Yeah.
He was trying to hear if people were talking backstage, and we were talking backstage with Emma.
Oh, shit. Yeah, so he was trying to listen so that he could set off the fireworks at the right time to create a witness.
Yeah.
Because whoever's out there would go rushing. Fuck. What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Fire Emblem Heroes.
Listen to me, Devian. There are no sides in the court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Herr Forehead. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. Ugh. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during this third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case.
I gotta say, if Darian is the murderer, he's doing a shitty-ass job at being a murderer. He didn't even get rid of the evidence while he was doing investigating.
Yeah, that's true, because he was leading the case before he was a suspect, right?
Like, yeah.
Jesus Christ, Eric.
Tyrell Bad was a much better investigator of the crimes that he committed by eliminating evidence. You wish you were Tyrell Bad.
You fucking want what Tyrell Bad has.
I love Tyrell Bad. He's my dad.
He is my dad. The other half. Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Juicy, sorry, I was about to take a sip of my hot tea. Can you prove the crime took place during the second set?
Yeah, I think.
You want...
Apollo, you better know, otherwise we're through. Also, do you want any hat tea?
No, it can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would.
This isn't gonna be easy. I need some decisive proof, and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Fuck.
He's pretty eager to paint Lemuror as a liar, isn't he?
Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case.
This is tough. So, what do we do?
I've got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did. Fuck, I'm sorry.
He's really eager to paint Lemuror as a liar, right, Apollo?
I wanted to press this new statement. But the gunshots heard during the third set could have been... What? Some kind of setup? I've heard that one before.
We need proof, Apollo. We need proof that the shooting took place during the second set.
Well, if you know how to do that, I'm all ears.
Maybe the gunshots are the key after all.
What do you mean? Oh!
Oh?
Maybe it's the number of shots fired from the gun?
Oh, yeah.
Both of those gunshots can't be real.
Yeah.
Well, Lemuror said she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her illusion, when she was up above the ceiling.
When she forgot the words to the song, yeah.
You can prove the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics. We're home free, I think.
True. Not easy, but true. There's some way to prove that?
Let's take a look through our evidence. Maybe there's something in there.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me?
Try to refrain from...
Yeah. Right, Your Honor, sorry. Just let me take a quick look through the court record.
He's pretty eager to pay Lemuel as a liar, isn't he?
Fucking God. We get it, okay? We get it. Okay. I'm gonna go through all of it because it's been a minute.
My bad.
My badge. I don't think it's gonna be the lyrics. Boy, this hasn't come up yet at all. Which is interesting. Sightseeing music. The murder weapon, a deadly high caliber revolver.
Maybe you can see how many bullets are fired?
That was my thinking. I want to take a look at the chamber if they'll let me. The middle of the weapon is a revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see?
Revolver. Revolver.
That sounds a little bit like Wonder Bar. That's you if you say it really fast.
I guess.
You know what I always used to think? I used to think that the closest sound to Wonder Bar was one liver. There's so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing?
So many different words, so many different people. People like Trucy. Alright, fuck me, I guess. I would have thought we'd be able to, like, take a peek. I want to see, but
I want to
whatever.
take a little look-see.
Yeah, I'll just die then. Because that, like, that's... Okay.
Man, that guy was dying there for so long.
Yeah. No, because like the gun compels me for sure, but if it were a discrepancy with the number of bullets, that has always been in the description of the item. It's always been the case that we knew exactly how many bullets were fired. It's like weird that we don't here. It's weird that we haven't looked into that, because that would have been my first thought.
There's still the question as to why the fuck he did this.
Yeah, that's a whole thing. Well, he did say that he's part of like the international division.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he knows more about like the Interpol stuff.
Oh my god, what if he's part of the smuggling ring?
Could you fucking imagine if it's coming into play that much here now?
6 years later.
Because they were certainly flagging that this is the statement when Trucy kept being like, if only we had evidence. I'm just not sure I know what line of thinking that they want us to be taking here. Yeah, that doesn't prove shit.
Marion, take like a safe stand, just present the revolver.
I'm torn between the revolver and the brooch. My reasoning for the brooch being, why would she have dropped it if something didn't startle her? Which is a reach, but that's like one of the only things I can think of.
Mm-hmm.
So... yeah, let me save state it. On my very real Nintendo 3DS.
Yeah, that's totally real, totally legit Nintendo 3DS.
Yes.
The officially licensed streaming Nintendo 3DS.
Exactly. I'm down to gun or brooch. Those are my lines of thinking.
Gun brooch.
Gun brooch.
Well, fuck me, I guess.
Well, I'll just die then. See everybody. Defense attorney Apollo Justice chooses death. I got fucking nothing then.
I want to reload that
Fuck.
whatever the fuck save,
Yeah.
so I can fuck around and find out a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay. We may be stupid. And I'm sorry that this is probably very painful, if you know. Okay.
I wish we still had Guilty Love on there. Because then we could possibly present that.
Yeah. Oh, I can actually turn the metronome on and off. That's interesting. I think that's what that is. I hope it's not something on here. But I have a sneaking suspicion. I'm gonna hate this so bad.
Oof.
It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamigraw's song. Her song?
What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps?
Judge.
Judge.
Come on, we just used this! And don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record this performance part by part.
Part?
You will the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamigraw's voice included.
Ho ho! But what does this prove?
According to Lamigraw's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamigraw's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Ah.
And let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now!
Lamigraw stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot, and I'll find the gunshots. That is at the beginning of the second verse, and I believe she is this one. Or not.
She might be 3.
No. There she is. I think that's her.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that'll do it. I can't remember how to present on here. It's there. What do I click? I don't remember how to do this.
Maybe just.
That's right. You have to present the track, which is stupid. Do I have to let it play a little bit so we're actually like in this section?
Yeah, so the very beginning of that section.
Yeah. I just don't know. Can I like stop it in that section, or do they just want?
I guess to stop it in that section will be good enough.
If that doesn't work, I'm gonna kill somebody. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamiroir's vocals.
I did hear something faintly there. Ah, my auto dancing. Why, it sounded like a gunshot.
What? This has to be some kind of mistake. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamiroir's testimony was true. Brr.
Brr.
Do you need me to take this one?
Yeah.
So, she was telling the truth about what she heard?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche.
Oh, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch, now.
Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught fire. Detective Crushent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
So why did we only hear one gunshot during the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon?
Lamiroir was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crushent? Once again I am reminded of something. Our performance that day.
Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Herr Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem, Achtung! My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about?
The god he calls his motorcycle his hog.
I can never forget that.
I think I make myself forget that.
That's, better for your mental health, I would say. Second guitar. It's you, Darian. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well,
You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon. Mr. Latouche's .45 caliber hand cannon.
Hand cannon?
That sounds like a plausible German word for gun. It's
Yeah.
not, but if you told me it was, I would believe you. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver. That's oh. Oh, he injured himself. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Huh, you're forgetting something.
Yes, Detective Crescend?
I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to a police officer is a 38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim.
So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought had occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say to that?
No.
Fuck off. Detective Crescend?
What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves Rolled Up Ready for Action has to say. Hey, you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece... Me?
Me?
Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber attack. Kickback. What the fuck? I didn't read half the words in that line. I'm sorry. A missed guitar cue due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. Me when I'm laughing.
Me and I'm laughing.
You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth.
There's so much more evidence to suggest that you're the murderer than fucking little Matchy. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far.
And I hate
Fuck
to
you.
say it, he's giving Quercus Alba. In terms of like,
Yeah.
I remember so much of that specific argument, it was him being like, well, it's evidence, but it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, all you have is evidence that proves something, but it doesn't prove that.
Yeah, like, oh, okay.
Like, you have all this evidence that proves that something happened, but then maybe it's not that. Have you considered that? And then everyone's like, oh no, my case!
Oh, shit.
My case, it's falling apart! Your testimony, please, Detective Crescend.
No.
Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. I hate Alba.
Yeah.
He is the most disgusting objection that in the entire fucking series.
Yeah. Come on. Why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man.
Machi also actually, no, they did actually come up with a motive for Machi.
Yes. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Well, the Interpol connection seems obvious.
A simple reason indeed.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a fresh one.
Prosecutor Gavin, is the case that Mr. Latouche had not been to our country before?
According to our records, yes. Not even once.
Oh. Very well. Sorry, I was taking my medications. Mr. Juicy, you may begin your cross-examination.
Great. Now I need to find a motive.
Proof of innocence.
Cecil's being a little bit insane right now.
He always is.
He's so happy to be out of his cage, and he's doing
Yeah.
just fine. Gotta be down because he wants it all.
This was the diva's first trip.
Cecil, please don't do that to the wall. What's
Cecil.
up?
I bet you anything there's a bug.
I bet you anything there's not, and he just thinks there's and he's going insane because of it. This is
Cecil, did you run into a room where no one is and then start crying because people aren't paying attention to you? He loves doing that.
Can't read this.
Honestly, the letters in that newspaper give, like, they're more... Attack me if I'm getting this wrong, but, like, more Arabic?
Oh, like in the Borginian?
Yeah, like, those letters look a lot more like...
Arabic is not... I do get where you're coming from. It doesn't look like Arabic just because it's missing a couple distinctive hallmarks.
Oh,
of
yeah,
Arabic.
definitely.
Yeah.
But, like, if I had to compare it to literally
Yeah.
any written language, it looks like Arabic.
It almost looks a little bit like Thai to me.
Yeah, that's probably better.
You're not getting in
if
my
I'm
room,
if
baby.
I'm remembering correctly what Thai looks like. But then there's also a couple like Russian letters in it. Like it's everything. It's a little bit of everything.
It's all of them.
Some of these letters look a little bit Thai. Some of these letters look Russian. Yeah, it's nothing.
Cecil.
Maybe when he's like, oh, I'd have what reason could I possibly have to do it? Maybe present like the replica, be like, you know something.
You know something?
That's true. I just want to see. Sizzle is out of his cage, at least for the time being. Darian, you're a detective with international affairs? Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Latus's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs?
That's right. Well, Detective Crescend.
That's your game, is it? Guess I better confess then.
Confess?
Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international? See, me and Plane's got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much.
This man starts crying when he gets on a plane.
My condolences, Herr Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country. I can guarantee it. Isn't your band internationally popular?
Yeah, maybe they take boat.
He said he's never been out of the country, period.
Oh. Body double.
I guess maybe we know Clavier has traveled internationally because he's been to Borginia, but maybe
maybe he does. Hi, Cecil.
Sorry.
We have a little kitty up on
he
with
just
us.
hopped up on the desk. What were you saying? Clavier's traveled
Maybe
internationally.
Clavier does like singles out
Yeah,
of the
solo
country,
tours.
but his band doesn't come with him.
Turns out my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair. I like when you say, like, well, rationally in your line of work, you would do this. And the person goes, well, what if I fucking suck at my job? What then?
Chamomile.
They pull that off a lot in investigations, and it is funny every time. Where they're like, you couldn't possibly be that incompetent. Well, what if I am? No, why would I want to kill him? I'm prepared to put a gamble on the egg. Yeah.
It's like, stop playing video games.
I won't. You can't stop me. Your Honor, take a look at this.
For context, Cecil just delicately put his paw on top of Josh's gaming hand.
Yeah.
What's this? It looks like candy.
It's not. Don't lick it, please.
My thought is that he just kind of grabbed it in his tongue, his eyes like, no lick it, please.
Detective
going?
Crescent. Ever seen this?
Hi, Cecil.
It's like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it.
What?
Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? Never seen one of that color.
It is a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else.
Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely it has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Latouche. Does it?
It does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man.
A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? Nine that you can make, well, silk out of?
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative? For what?
Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia. It's you, boss.
Fuck.
I know you're making direct eye contact with my cat.
Whatever for? For such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering.
We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly
Fatalium.
poison, in fact.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community.
Oh,
is
let
this
me
where
guess.
they're getting their fake poison?
Atraquinine,
Yeah.
which... Are they making it even more less like quinine?
What's strychnine made of?
Strychnine is from a plant. Is from a tree, I believe. That is just basically called strychnine.
Okay.
Quinine is also from, like, a tree bark. Sissel.
Huh. But the media was kept largely unaware.
Intriguing. Sissel?
All
don't
this
do
has led
to
to
me.
a strict ban on the cocoon's export. One rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others.
Interpol?
Smack.
Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent.
Somewhere Phoenix Wright is just like,
Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. But that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was gonna sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable.
they don't pay me like that fucking Dick Gumshoe.
Unthinkable, you say? Why?
Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business.
International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. That is not what that phrase means. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. I don't think Interpol is horny for cocoon smuggling.
Maybe they are. Who knows?
Yeah, cocoon
Lang?
smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal.
Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover.
You kids think of the craziest things. No way am I gonna risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Hey, quick question. Can you go to the court record and look
Are
at
you gonna look
profiles?
at how old Darian is because he keeps calling us a kid?
Yeah.
24? Shut the fuck up. He's 2 years older than us.
He's 1 year younger than
Yeah,
me.
he's younger than Clavier too, I think, because I think Clavier's 25? Oh, he's 24. Okay, same age.
I'm older than fucking Clavier Gavin.
Hey, Val.
I thought that also said 24 for a second. I was like, you are fucking kidding me.
You are lying to my face.
Shut the hell your mouth.
According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky.
Very well, you may begin the cross-examination.
This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what.
Cocoon snuggling.
That's what Sissel's doing to my hand right now. Okay. So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche?
No, he's the only Interpol agent.
All over the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that... it's not lucrative, but... what if you had a good reason? But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could... Sissel.
Sissel!
Give me a minute to figure out how to fix this. I don't know what button he hit.
Sissel, what have you done?
Sissel, my sweet boy. Sissel. Sissel, my darling angel. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Sissel pouncing on the courtroom and knocking it over.
There's old Charlie here again.
Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing? Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff.
Having fun there, Sissel?
Hold it.
Which is why you know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off on international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to, down, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol, and Borginian customs are all watching. See, we know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word that diva says. Why I oughta?
Why I
oughta? Oh my god, I hate him. Oughta what? You want some of this? Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah? Screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick.
Trucy, kill this man!
You got it.
Oh my god. R.I.P. Mia, you would have loved this kid. Remember in the middle of the trial she had against Edgeworth that she said that she wanted to kill him?
Yeah.
Just like straight up. She's
like,
I wish
wanna
I could kill
strangle
this
kid
guy.
to death.
Oh my god. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. This is the only thing I haven't pressed yet, so I might as well. And Memo, that's how you know about the cocoons. Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this.
Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I've never heard of them.
Well, Lamihorn knew about them, though not their use. My reports indicated that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all.
Then nothing to be embarrassed about after all.
You could say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah. But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter. Yeah. Good one, Darian. Nice excuse. My thinking here is that I'm thinking that we want to present the newspaper article about incuritis on one of the statements about how you don't want to sell it on the black market. The idea being that he wasn't trying to sell it, that he was doing it for that purpose instead. But I don't know if the game is, like, there with me yet. I know we're gonna get there, because that's why we have the article in evidence. I just don't know if it's right now. You didn't hear the game stuttering because of the save state. You didn't hear anything. I'm gonna try this. There we go. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. Second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this?
That article, that's about the Chief Justice's...
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis.
Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere.
You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning.
I was at the fucking drive. I mean, yes, I was there visiting someone. That's the disease that the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying.
Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying. The Chief Justice would never deal in contraband.
Not even to save his own son's life?
But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal.
That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice.
Detective Crescent, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about it if the Chief Justice were the buyer. Why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller.
Don't let Sleeves over there trick you.
That's really what you're calling him?
So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Oh, yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. I have extraterritorial rights.
No! I'm going to kill you.
Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out.
So, we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Borginian Customs... Oh, okay. Everything and everyone gets checked.
I wanted to show you a post.
Oh. Jesus. I just had a thought. And the thought sucks.
Oh?
Clavier brought that guitar to America using his connections, the same connections that are used to ship evidence. I don't think that guitar passed through customs.
Oh, shit. He was accidentally part of the smuggling then.
I don't know, because that would have to mean that, like, Lamiwa was in on it.
Or Machi Tobae was in on it.
Oh, shit, yeah, because Machi was a little anxious. Shit. Oh, son of a bitch. That's absolutely what it was. Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows.
Yes, it'd be hard to distinguish them.
That's right. Gavin was in Borginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detector several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glimmerous fop.
Not gonna make a comment of like, man, I wish I were there.
Yeah, damn. Would have loved to see that. Yeah, that's gotta be the... This fucking sucks. I hate this. Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
I don't believe it. Believe it, prosecutor.
Believe it.
Gavin. Believe it. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. Guitar befitting a woman like Lamurat.
How did it end up here?
I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it.
So this guitar is from Virginia?
That is his. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity rule in the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lemurat's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Borginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia.
What?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right?
Work?
Good memory, Herr Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
A broken device?
Yes, this, in fact.
An igniter?
Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar?
You mean...
He means this, of course. There was a way to get the cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band? York!
Yeah, you can say that. Order, order, order! So the igniter.
Was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems.
Destroy the evidence.
Oh shit. It was a safety precaution.
A precaution?
Herr Forehead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamurat's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Ah,
Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch, now! The guitar burst into flames and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Latouche died. With Lamirois there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man.
Detective Crescend?
I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly. For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Borginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamirois heard proves it. It's over. Press the switch. Now! The switch was found in the piano.
The switch is found in the piano.
You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage.
But who was it?
This is it. The coup de grace. Coup de grace? Or do you say the grace? I think it's coup de grace. I could be wrong. We need to stop putting French in this game. I'm embarrassing myself in front of Grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him.
Let's hear what Mr. Juicy has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great
Are
responsibility.
you doubling the penalty?
Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Juicy? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
There is only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Machi Tobae.
But Mr. Juicy, he's your client.
Defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime.
Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was in fact Lamirois?
It couldn't have been.
Well, you sure seem sure of yourself.
The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Oh, she was too far away.
Electronic signals?
Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
I guess that's true.
Now, think back to the testimony.
Think back
on
to
your
your
path
path
to
to
this
this
very
very
moment.
moment.
When the shooter made his transmission, Lamirois was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamirois could still have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar's serenade. Oh, the uppies. They were uppies.
Puppies.
The stage was raised. They were standing in the air. They were in a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamigraw's position in the air vent.
Ah.
Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor.
Yes, Detective?
Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time.
Well, I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Too bad, so sad. Punk. Punk?
First you're sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly were we supposed to see in this video?
The problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darian? Right. It's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter? That right? Yes? Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano?
What seems to be the problem there? Piano sounded just fine.
And that's the problem. Man, you still don't get it? Yeah. How's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva.
And you're?
According to you. She couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out. If they couldn't even press a switch. Do
How
we
many
have
times
to?
are we showing this?
Do we have to? Like, do we gotta?
We've seen it
We fucking
50
get it.
million times.
The piano plays non-stop.
Just get out your fucking matchbook or whatever the fuck it is. Music box.
Yeah, I was gonna. It's neither of those things, but yeah, because earlier, yesterday, I think Trucy played like a scale on the piano or something, and it clicked on one key.
Ooh, yeah.
And I'm thinking that it was rigged so that the hammer on the piano would
Yeah, that would hit it.
would click the lighter, the igniter. He couldn't have pressed that switch. So I think we're gonna have to listen to the track a fucking again. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Apollo, where were you wrong?
I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange? What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd?
Mr. Juicy, if Machi Tobae didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is.
But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes.
Mr. Juicy, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant, Machi Tobae, the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought.
No.
Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined.
So true. I know it. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch.
Well, you better find a way to prove it.
Well, I do. What do I do? What do I do? I fucking got this, Apollo. Polly?
Shit,
There has to be something that doesn't fit.
There is.
Something odd.
Clavier?
my phone is going off.
Clavier literally just fucking said something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Alright, there's...
Yeah,
Are
that
we really?
literally just happened.
Are we really do? That was like 30 seconds ago. Are you fucking kidding me? It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did you hear that was odd?
Have you come up with something, Mr. Juicy? Did you finish having a flashback to something that happened 30 seconds ago? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Machi Tobaye pressed that switch? That swanch? Answer your final answer. Can you prove that Nintendo Switch belonged to Machi Tobaye?
I don't know if you call this proof, per se. But I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls on to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Therefore, you're quite sure about this? Ha! Accept it. There's no evidence, man. It's you, boss.
Let's see your evidence, Mr. Juicy. Sorry, is mesmerized by Sissel. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch?
I am 99% sure this isn't listening back to the performance thing, but I am going to just be careful. I am...
The music box.
Yeah, baby. The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor.
Hi, Sissel again. Music? What about music?
Just music in general. Let's listen to the piano part, around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Oh, they're just gonna take us right there.
I hear piano being played.
But, doesn't it sound kind of simple?
Simple?
I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one...
Oh!
With one hand.
One hand?
Wow, I straight up would not have gotten that. I was assuming we were going to be listening for like a click on the track. Sissel, you don't sit on my keyboard,
He
please.
has something he needs to say.
He wants to sit on the keyboard so badly. I only needed one hand to press
Sissel,
that
I
switch.
cannot see the screen.
There's two screens.
True.
What, so you're some kind of piano savant?
Yes.
Actually, no. What do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe... I don't know what I'm talking about here.
Wait, I know.
Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy.
Yeah? Sorry. You got something?
Mr. Wright, you're your father. He's a pianist. Oh, are we getting an expert witness? Is this our first case of getting an expert witness? That'd be fun. Could he?
Oh, Daddy?
Although he can't fucking play.
He can play a part like that even if he had 3 hands.
So sorry. So sad for you. No. Not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you gonna prove whether he played it with one hand or two? You can't. I admit, it'll be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand.
Hi, Sissel.
How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we could tell by listening to a certain part of the song. Oh, listening to the same part of the other verse?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe?
Well, it seems you've come to the moment of truth at last.
We fucking better have.
Let's hear what Mr. Juicy has to say for himself. Show us the portrait that proves the defendant was playing with one hand. Right before the guitar burst into flames.
Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar got fired. And one section of the song proves it. Okay. Guitar is 4, if I remember right. Yes. I'm cranking this. This is definitely two-handed.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Sissel. Hi,
So, I'm trying to remember when we're alleging that the guitar caught fire. Is that shortly after Lamihua heard the gunshots? So, like, second...
Yeah, it was. I
Second
think it
verse?
was during the second thing.
I guess I could check it with... What was she?
She's 1.
She's 1? She's 1. No. I'm just trying to play this off. Wait, no, that's...
It's not the same time that that the gunshot was. It was after it.
I'm just trying to place where in the song we even are because it's different. There, okay. Hang on. Because that
Yeah,
part
that
at the
sounds like
end
the part.
sounded like you could do it one-handed. The beginning sounded like you could do it two hands. So I'm trying to figure out if the reasoning is we're supposed to pick a different section that proves like what he was supposed to be playing.
No, it's probably the part that's where he's not doing it correctly.
Let's see. We'll try it.
Oh, well, fuck me, I guess.
Son of a bitch. It's a beautiful song and the lyrics are outstanding. Alright, well. Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin heard? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse, right? I know, I just need to find a place to... Yeah, okay. First half of the first verse, then. One more chance, please. Please, please, I got it this time. This is very...
Forgiving.
Yeah, wait, are they not penalizing me? Whoa. They didn't even give me a penalty for that.
Hot damn.
Anyway. No, wait, hang on. Was he 4?
Sissel is completely snuggled against me.
Yeah, okay, so this is more complex at the end, so I think it's this first section. There we go. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now. just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Herr Forehead.
Realized what?
I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase.
Oh,
Did he bite you?
he bit me.
Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same thing? You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? It's you.
But another section?
The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace."
Ow! He bit my face.
Yeah, he does that.
Get my headphones out of your mouth, sweet cheeks. Ah.
Play verse 2 again.
No. Are you fucking with
Are
me?
you kidding me?
Oh my god. This is beyond parody. It's you again.
They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different.
Sorry, this is loud. I had it cranked for Serenade. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure.
Ah.
What's that prove? I would think you know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the 2 verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian.
You have the fucking composer right here.
There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourselves why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Oh
no.
Oh no.
Order. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, quite. Though personally this comes as a terrible disappointment. What? No comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution. Now state the court's opinion on this matter.
Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over? I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Herr Forehead. Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts don't check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence.
Fuck off.
Yeah, but the facts, anyone can see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law.
Okay, well, I've sufficiently proven reasonable doubt for my client at this point, so my fucking job's done. You can't call my guy guilty.
I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
I'm not a prosecutor. I defended Machi. But
I proved reasonable doubt.
reasonable doubt.
1,000 facts may point towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof.
Okay, well, you don't have decisive evidence against Machi, so I'm fucking lost here.
It's the real American legal system.
I don't believe it.
Does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present.
Oh, I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back.
This is unfortunate, but at present this court is unable to acknowledge your. Fuck you.
What? The truth is staring us all right in the face.
Like,
Why can't they see
we
it?
don't have videotaped him saying like, "Hi, I'm Darian Crescent, and I shot that motherfucker."
Yeah.
It's what they fucking want. How is all of this stuff not decisive evidence?
Yeah. What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals?
Apollo, remember what Daddy said?
Won't be easy proving he did it.
Hi, Phoenix from the past.
Hi, it's me, Phoenix from the past. Especially not under the current court system.
Ow.
So what do I do? Like I said, good fucking luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods.
Oh.
Dump him out of your lap if he's gonna keep biting you like
Yeah,
this. You're giving him attention for it.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
He won't get off.
lift him. Scoop him. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off.
Okay, if you stay there and you don't bite me, you can't. If you bite me again, you're getting. I'm standing up, baby.
I wonder if he meant by every man's igniter.
I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal.
Shoot him with a gun.
So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney.
Well, Mr. Juicy, tell me if that's actually picked up by the mic.
Oh, I definitely was.
We've come this far without decisive evidence. These witnesses will be coming back to the stand once we let him go.
Every man has an igniter.
Oh, are you fucking Godot? Now get out of my courtroom.
Men are like colonies of bacteria, Your Honor. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry, is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Juicy. If you blow this one, they'll be out of your hands for good.
Go for it, Apollo.
What? And this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? It's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. And I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Herr Farhat, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latus and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case.
This trial has already run on for far too long.
To be honest, Aji, I agree.
Mr. Juicy, this will be my last warning. At least it's not DGS 1-5.
That we know of.
The moment this igniter of yours turned out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Well, 1-5 of that was like, that literally took the entire fucking day.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
played that for the entire day.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent.
Okay. This is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Oh, fuck. Oh, we're doing one of these fucking things? Really? Ah, son of a bitch. Okay. I am leaning witness, but I don't know how it could possibly be that. But I don't feel like any of this evidence has gone, like, unexplored, you know?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's gotta be a witness.
Can you get fingerprinting on the fucking gun?
I'm pretty sure it turned up no prints.
Call up Valent.
Valent. Like, do we call Machi again? To testify against Darien to be like, hey, I was the accomplice, and that's true?
Call up Romaine Latouche. Get a Faye in here.
Trucy.
Trucy, you can do it.
My gut is telling me Machi. But I hate when they do this. I'm trying it. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Huh. So what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it.
Very well, Mr. Juicy. Who is this person who can prove Darien Crescen's guilt?
That was promising dialogue.
Yeah.
Also, if it's my last chance, then why does it only take a normal amount of health? This is defendant Machitobe. Sorry, I assume he just said, like, the witness that can, whatever.
Your client? Again?
Machitobe was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darien Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case.
How so?
It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, with no doubt, also find inside the burnt-out guitar.
Aha! How very scientific of you.
Thus, if Machitobe acknowledges his agreement with Darien Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved.
Darien's laughing again.
Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. You want me so bad it makes you look stupid.
Huh?
Why not? What? No. The little key tickler won't. What the fuck did. What? Oh, pianist.
Yeah.
I was like, what in God's name does that mean? Won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling.
What's this all about?
Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law.
Ah.
Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia. And they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but... But if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Barginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial?
Ooh, that's a good one.
This is getting a little farewell my turnabout. It's getting a little, oh, even if we don't actually find you guilty, you're still fucked.
Mm-hmm. Plus, it's also interesting because there's so many times where like we pretty much completely prove that a person's guilty, and they're like, "Oh, well, you don't have this evidence, so like I'm gonna be free to go." And like, you have yet to acknowledge the fact that your life is going to be fucking over after this.
Yeah.
Regardless.
The same goes for Machi Tobae. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Machi Tobae knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please. Don't talk. That's the word he's saying. Oh, shit.
Ah, the sad wet boy.
Me when my best friend just admitted to murder.
Me and my ex just admitted to murder.
Darian. I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession.
He's laughing again.
There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though.
Then he's normal on the fucking back.
Don't even worry about it.
Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
No, I zoned out again. Can you guys repeat all that?
I wasn't listening. I'm sorry. Yes.
And you'll talk? You tell the court everything?
I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now.
I knew from beginning. I knew.
Machi.
Situation that cannot explain, but money. I needed very much money.
He has much to buy.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. Only thing definite in this evidence ought to advance. This is the golden rule, however.
It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard.
Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobae,
I'm sure that's not gonna come up again.
Yes.
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Miss Relatus, this court's prepared to announce a verdict.
Aww.
Aww.
I thank you.
Look,
I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
See you, Grace.
Bye, Grace.
Rest well. I assume you're going to bed.
that's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobae,
Hot
hot
milky.
milky. Court is adjourned.
I wonder what'll happen to Machi.
Oh, death penalty, probably. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Yeah, I thought it was you.
Daddy! I owe you both my thanks.
Lamira?
My something wrong?
I'm sorry. Machi was your partner on stage. Your friend.
Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be?
I'm still sorry.
Do not be sorry. You have given me courage.
Courage.
I am considering an eye operation.
Yeah, it was my suggestion, actually.
You mean you'll be able to see again?
It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. It seems so harsh, so unforgiving.
According to the doctor, Lamira lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident?
As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared.
I don't think there's a correlation there, but sure.
This is fiction. This, of course, is gonna happen.
You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
The light returns to my eyes. I think I will take up painting.
Painting?
That's right. She's the landscape painter and sound, after all.
I'll paint the two of you. I promise.
Woo! I can't wait, let me roar.
I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right. Your secret mission.
Apollo? Trucy? Hope that we'll meet again someday soon.
You bet. Me too.
And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on, until it came to the end. I like when a trial is really long and all the characters are in it are like, wow, that was long as fuck. I think it's really funny.
Yeah.
I'm like, at least you know. Thanks to the trial, the guitar's serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. Oh.
Gay ass.
But there's something I want to say to that guy.
Oh.
Next time you write a ballad,
Have them catch the killer at the end.
I know what you
I
are.
know what you are.
Do you want to just see like the opening introduction, like?
Oh sure, yeah, we can watch just like the intro cutscene for a little taste of what's to come. I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to assume, actually, can somebody tell me right now if Turnabout Succession has like, I know it's a weird trial, it just has like a normal, it has an intro cutscene like any other trial, right? We're not about to just like get into some shit post haste. That's all I want to know.
Okay.
Think so? Okay. I would assume as much, but I just want to... Gamers. And that is the whole truth of this case. I don't know who the fuck that is. What in the fuck?
Blogging on.
In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. I don't know who the fuck this is.
Oh, I think it's Apollo.
Oh, is it? Maybe. Okay, we're going here. But nothing happens by chance. All is connected. What? Well, those are magicians. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story.
Well, I've seen that girl.
I have also seen that girl. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Hey, bitch.
Oh, is that me? Was I supposed to be saying that?
Oh, that's a good question. Was that him?
Music
Okie
some probably cuts.
dokie.
Boy, it sure is boring around here.
Okie dokie.
Great.
Cool, I understand less. I feel like I know less about what this all is. I have heard whispers of the Mason system, although I have never had it explained to me what the fuck it is. So I guess we're about
Is
to
it the
learn.
jury
that.
thing?
Maybe. I don't know. Cool. Well, that's a spicy meatball. We'll be getting into next week then.
Wait, I just realized something.
Yes.
So I saw someone say that, like, oh, you'll find out what the smuggling ring actually smuggles in, like, Apollo Justice. Which is like, okay. However, Apollo Justice takes place, like, 6 years after the smuggling ring was dismantled.
Yes.
How are
That's
they
true.
still smuggling? Wait, they did say that, like, they were known to be smuggled, but...
Yeah, but that also isn't... The smuggling ring was in, Alabast and Babal, not, Borginia. I don't think they had any connection to Borginia.
They had...
Other
they are
than,
scamming people in Borginia.
Well, yeah, but that's different.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't... I don't know, unless they're bringing Alabast and Babal into this one. Oh, they're probably Cadopia again by now.
Mm-hmm.
They were working on, like, reunification or some shit. I don't know. I don't know anything. Alright, well, next week we'll be getting into this one. Super excited. I think a lot of my foreknowledge of this game does come from this case. So I'll be curious to know how information starts to come together, because I would say that I have a lot of weird random facts just kicking around in my brain that have no connection to each other, and I am astonished to find that it seems like they're all somehow gonna come up here. So that'll be cool. Looking forward to that. But in the meantime, sleepies. So
Cecil is
everyone,
fucking passed out,
Yeah,
lounged on me.
yeah, he is melted onto you.
Detroit become liquid.
So, we'll get started on Turnabout Succession next week, and until then, have a good one, guys.
Have a fucking good one, guys. We're going on ahead now.